my conclusion that Codesria has to begin to think a little bit more seriously about the interdisciplinary character of knowledge and to begin to be open to disciplines beyond the social sciences and the humanities. Having said all those things, I want to conclude again by thanking you most sincerely for accepting to join us, to wish you a successful 2 weeks of engagement with us. There are a number of logistic issues that I will address at a certain point later today. But for now, I want to conclude this opening session by wishing you the best of times in Kigali. Please don't just focus on being in this hotel or the other hotel. It's a rich country, a rich culture. There are too many things you can enjoy in Kigali. Observe the rules. Here we don't play around with the rules that much. Observe the rules, and you will have an extremely interesting time for the next 2 weeks that we are going to be with you. Thank you very much for listening to me. I believe that I should now invite you for a 30-minute tea break. Okay. Can I get guidance on where the tea is served, Sheila or Dominique? Can somebody give Sheila a mic to guide us on the next? Dominique, are we ready for tea break? It's 11. Okay, let us take a 30 minutes break, and then we will reconvene at 11:30 for the next session. So thank you very much for listening to me, and all the very best.
Contiamo Africa, Contiamo Africa,
So, thanks so much. I would say a little background that says something about what I consider to be the unique elements of this program and why I feel strongly that it's a very good program that is worth the energy, time, and resources that we have put to it. So I want to begin by making the point that this is one of those partnership programs that is a part of the challenges we faced during the years when COVID was a major disruption. It involved a chance meeting that I had with Professor Aina. At the time of that meeting, Professor Aina was in fact at the MasterCard Foundation. He later on left the MasterCard Foundation to join Carnegie Corporation of New York. And I believe that Professor Aina left the MasterCard Foundation after appending his signature to the approving the proposal that we had submitted to them. At the time when we started a conversation around this program, which was in 2021, we did not know that we were going to zero down on indigenous knowledge systems. We just were exploring the possibility of supporting a research undertaking supported by the foundation through CODESRIA. Professor of philosophy from Benin, indeed acquired claim as one of the leading philosophers on the continent. CODESRIA had run several projects that he coordinated on endogenous knowledge in Africa. And his own intervention on that topic was in fact to challenge what he called the external gaze that the rest of the world had on Africa in terms of the production of knowledge, but in terms of how that production of knowledge was more
an attempt by the world to look at Africa rather than Africans looking at them. And Professor Untonji had been worried that there was a persisting scientific dependency in Africa that forced all of us to seek validation from outside, both in terms of how much knowledge was being produced from Africa and how much of that knowledge never registered on the existing global instruments of validating knowledge. Professor Untonji was very worried. And so his intervention around endogenous knowledge was in fact one that was meant to begin to right a wrong. And I can say without a doubt that Professor Untonji was not alone in this undertaking. Interestingly, the book that was eventually published by Codesria out of that undertaking was a book that was published under the leadership of Professor Tade Aina. So there is some kind of networking that was involved here. It's a book that has enjoyed traction over the decades that it has existed. And it's a book that I recommend very strongly to all of you to read with Codesria. It is a book that is available in English and in French. And there is, if you come from Benin, I think there is an edition that was revised and republished for the school context in Benin. The importance of this point is to establish that there is already a body of knowledge. Whether you want to call it a body of knowledge on indigenous knowledge, it's a reference point. Times in Africa, many times in Codesria, we begin a work like this on the assumption that we are inventing the wheel. I think let us leave this meeting settled that we are not inventing the wheel. Perhaps our major undertaking out of this exercise that we want to commence is going to be to expand the knowledge, to update it, and if you want to accumulate knowledge so that at the end of the day, we can see it as knowledge produced by a community of African researchers and practitioners who want to, if you will, canonize specific forms of knowledge that we think are important. So for Codesria, this conversation around the establishment of a fellowship was in fact the culmination of a desire on the part of the council to begin to expand areas of work that we work in. And there is an interesting debate that has occurred with respect to the use of the notion of indigenous in our own work. And I want to be careful in these opening remarks to signal that we are aware that the notion of indigenous is contentious in the African academy generally. Because as Professor Mamdani writes in a book which is actually coming out next month, he says that the British, whenever they went, were master classifiers. When they showed up, they began categorizing and classifying people. And the very idea of Africans being the other grew out of that attempt to classify people. And in the context of the colonial experience about which we know nearly enough today, the notion of indigenous was treated almost as a pejorative term associated with notions of native, of people who did not just speak language, but they spoke vernacular languages that were different from quote unquote language. They were native because they did not have a history. And more often than not, there was always a distinction drawn between communities that were traditional and those that were modern. So in a sense, we are not oblivious to the fact that there are those pejorative connotations around the notion of indigenous. And I want to signal today to you that whichever way you use the notion of indigenous, you have to be sensitive to a history of objectifying and rendering Africans as others, from others separate from a normal human experience. That history, that attempt at classification, the desire to treat Africans as subhuman is part of a baggage of colonial systems of knowledge that we need to be aware of. Our thinking, however, is that the notion of indigenous is not by itself, or must not by itself be treated as a culprit of an agenda that it's innocent about. Because at the end of the day, what are we looking for from the notion of indigenous, or what are we looking for by using the word endogenous knowledge? All we are looking for is to appreciate what is available in our communities that we can use for purposes of growth, for purposes of self-understanding, and for purposes of creating better livelihoods, if I borrow from our colleagues from the MasterCard Foundation. In other words, it's possible to still use the notion of indigenous while throwing away the pejorative baggage that the notion has been forced to carry. A lot of the work that is being done by scholars in China, for instance, is beginning to appreciate the notion of indigenous and to dismiss the baggage that it has been forced to carry. And a lot of innovations in places like China is beginning to appreciate that the best way to grow innovations, improve livelihoods, and educate our society is going to be by appreciating what is available in our societies that we can use for our own growth. So if you are having a problem with the notion of indigenous because the British massacred it with a whole baggage that is pejorative, let's just talk about what is available in our communities. And I want to make the point that the Italian scholar, Antonio Gramsci, is the one who gave us the notion of organic intellectual. And what is in our community is something that is organic to our societies. It is a part of what we are. It stems directly from who we are. So when I use the notion of something that we can self-identify with, I'm inviting you to appreciate that many terms that we use in social analysis are innocent until you associate it with a baggage that is not useful. And in the community of knowledge production in Africa, I must say, we end up spending so much time fighting the pejorative baggage rather than rescuing the notion that is useful for our own thinking for the purpose of mobilizing it for our own benefit. And yes, I was once 20 years, I was once 30 years. When I read the reviews, book reviews I used to publish then, I was very virulent against concepts that had colonial baggage. As I have grown, I have become wiser, and I have taken the position. I have no time to fight baggage that is useless for me. I'm going to take what is useful and run away with it. And I'm proposing that we take the notion of indigenous and run away with it, understanding that what we want from it is that it enables us see what is organic to our own communities that we can use for the purpose of our own thinking. This clarification is very important for the work that we do at Codesria. And it's very important for the work that we hope you can do. Those of you with a background in the social sciences, those of you with a background in history, will have encountered this in your undergraduate training, or will have encountered these clarifications in your postgraduate training. And those of you from other disciplines where you are not necessarily invited to do a conceptual clarification, please let us join the journey in order to embrace this clarification as important to the work that we want to do. In Codesria, there is a natural fit between the work that we want to do through AFRIAK and the work that has been conducted around these clarifications. Our own pivot is to encourage us to bring into conversation the notion of the youth, which I think is the central organizing element that brings all of you here. We had a requirement in our application process that all participants in AFRIAK must be below 35 years today. So we're mobilizing your youthfulness to invite you to do interesting things. In thinking about inviting a group of young Africans to brainstorm on this point, we also insisted that there must be a gendered conversation happening. Now, many people tend to think about gender as women. We think about gender as a social category that enables interaction between men and women in society. I don't want to sound exclusive because the gender notion has become a little bit more complicated but for the purpose of the work we want to do, it's a social category that allows us to understand interactions between genders. As I said early this morning, we took not just the decision that participants must be under 35, we also took the decision that participants must be resident on the continent throughout the fellowship. It's a positive discrimination, if you will. We took that decision because we feel that we are making an intervention around indigenous knowledge that relate to Africa. And that our central engagement is going to be to enable young researchers, young practitioners, to be able to reach out to communities of indigenous knowledge bearers and develop a conversation with those communities of indigenous knowledge bearers. Now, in the morning, I talked about this program being disruptive. When you are in your university, there is a hierarchy. For those ones of you for those ones who come from research centers, there is a hierarchy. Okay? I know the hierarchy. I taught in the university for a while. It's about the senior professor, the junior researcher, and the command system is one-way traffic. Am I speaking to you? It's one-way traffic. The professors here can block their ears. Because I'm about to say a few. I have a friend who used to teach in Lagos. Him do, including washing their car. Okay? So the university has socialized us into a hierarchical system in which ideas flow from the top to the bottom. And the more you genuflect before ideas that are issued by a professor, the better. Success is guaranteed, one, by how brilliant you are, but also by how much you genuflect before ideas that come from above. Am I speaking to you? Excellent. What is disruptive in this program is that ideas are not one-way traffic. That we designed AFRIAK in order to tap from knowledge by young people, okay, that we can use to improve our thinking about our own social situations, our own development situations. So the invitation is strictly to unleash your potential without restrictions. When you are in your university, the capacity for cross-fertilization of ideas is limited by a whole number of structures. Okay? If you are doing your master's degree, there is a structure of how your proposal should read like. And the end result of the process is a thesis. And nowadays, if you are on Facebook, you cannot go a day without somebody posting and saying, I have now joined the club. Okay? So even the youth, when they transition and join the club, they also adopt that one-way traffic. We are inviting you to disrupt that process by thinking creatively about what the end product of your being in this program is going to be. And we do not require that you must have a published academic article. I think you can clap for me. And the reason for making this point will become clearer in the week when we have reviewers who have proposals to some feedback. Because in our own evaluation meeting after the review, it was clear that a good many of you have very interesting ideas about what you want to do. And those ideas cannot necessarily be forced into a publishable, peer-reviewed academic article. I think the challenge that AFRIAK has put to you is, can you imagine a system of thinking that would allow you to create an output out of the 7 months engagement you are going to have with us, that one can look at and say, this is making a particular contribution to knowledge. Now, this is where I pivot from the university to say that we are actually interested in you engaging that other university, which we can call the community of people who are indigenous knowledge bearers existing in our communities. The conversation we want you to have is a conversation with them. It is a conversation that cannot be extractive. Because when most of you are in the university and you go out there and you conduct field work and you write reports, it's all about you. When you take that nice picture, my thesis has been done, I have defended it, it's about you. If the indigenous knowledge bearers are lucky, they might appear in the preface. Chances are they won't even appear by name. And if they appear by name, they most likely will be at the back of the thesis. question the character of knowledge production in our own universities. Why must a proposal for knowledge production have a uniform character across the country and across the continent? Perhaps one of you can just decide that I want to develop a slightly different framework, using a language that is useful in my own community, and challenge the university to begin to think differently about forms of knowledge that, quote unquote, do not conform to what the Western academy requires of you. It's an invitation to think in that direction. It's an invitation to use the resources that we can bring. It's an invitation to use our name to say that for the 7 months I was in the Codesria program, I developed a total dislike for the way you have been doing things, and I'm proposing something different. It's also an invitation to you to look Codesria in the face and say, I actually also don't like how you do it. And precisely because I don't like how you do it, I'm proposing something different. Take on us. Take on the professors here. Take on the universities. We can create platforms for you to express your ideas, your views. And if you can mobilize your youthfulness and you can center indigenous knowledge as the drive that is leading you to think differently, and you can demonstrate that at the end of the day, what you're producing is going to be important for changing livelihoods of young people, we are on the same page with you. So Codesria is valuable to you as a platform, and I want to say a few things about Codesria that I think are important. One, that we do not shy away from the disruptive character of knowledge produced by Africans that tests the boundaries. We do not shy away. Actually, the history of Codesria has been a history of questioning, of challenging, of constructing different ways of thinking about our own continent. And we do that with the distinctive understanding that what makes us relevant to the continent is that we disrupt narrow frameworks, narrow national frameworks of knowledge production. One of the key values that drives us is that we try to be Pan-African in orientation, breaking linguistic boundaries, questioning gerontocratic structures, doing knowledge that centers African voices, and essentially reminding the world, and you have to say this in this our world today, that objectifying the continent and rendering the people on the continent as not human enough is a colonial racist relic that we are not interested in. And that what is distinctive about us is that we provide platforms for people to express themselves based on a certain logic, based on a certain way of understanding reality, but they are able to express themselves because it's important that they do express themselves from the vantage point where they come. We organize our programs around a research program, around a training program, and around a publication program in order to be able to facilitate your capacity to engage this community of scholarship. So we are not young. If you want to talk about midlife crisis, we've done it. Okay? It's a community of scholarship that I would say is confident of who it is. And we are inviting you to join this community of scholarship. Most importantly, I want to make mention of the fact that we do that have been established historically to authorize knowledge, to determine which knowledge is valid. We invite ourselves to challenge that assumption that there are structures out there that validate our knowledge, and that if we haven't received that validation, then Africans are not producing knowledge. And naturally, therefore, out of our critique of that attempt to objectify our knowledge is a natural fit with indigenous knowledge systems. Because indigenous knowledge systems are our systems. They are the product of a collective African engagement with their own environments. And I'm not surprised, therefore, that in the process of selecting participants in this program, there are certain places that just stood out as particularly relevant to this topic. I want to say that in the history of Codesria that I understand, I have been a member of Codesria since 1997. Now, Marema, don't remind me that 1997 are young people, because I know you have been with Codesria much longer than that. Okay? I am among the few people who can claim Codesria if you remove Marema and a few other people. In the history of Codesria, I can say without a doubt that the call for applications for AFRIAK surpassed any other call we have had in recent times in terms of how many applications we received. So I'm pivoting into the selection process. We did receive 861 applications in total. And at the end of the day, or you are surprised that you are in the 150. Maybe I need. We received 861 applications. I can't remember off the top of my head how many countries. I think we received 861 proposals from 47 countries. Then we obviously did an internal review of the applications, and then we eventually had applications that we thought could be sent out to peer reviewers for review. We sent out, I believe, 400, sorry, just 458 applications were considered eligible. The number of male versus female applicants in that process was roughly even, 432 women versus 429 men. I need not tell you that out of those applications, Nigeria had the highest number. I want also to enter a caveat that even though originally I'm from Kenya, I had nothing to do with the fact that Kenya came second. South Africa, Cameroon, Uganda, Benin. We also received applications, Ghana, Tanzania, Senegal, Ethiopia, in that order. We received an application from Libya and Somalia. Okay. So 458 were considered eligible to be sent to the peer reviewers for review. And in the first process of review with a pass mark of 50%, it turned out that we had too many applications that were qualified with 50%. So we decided that we needed to up the game. So we moved it to 60%. And at 60%, I believe we were able to raise roughly, I believe 361 or thereabout. I'm going to circulate a report on the selection process for your review because we are not trying to do anything underhand. So we will share it online and you can access it on Wednesday. But we did eventually zero down to roughly, not to roughly, we did eventually zero down to a total of, allow me a minute to cross-check. We did eventually zero down to 242 applications that met the 60% and above. So the 150 people we have here were selected out of the 242. This included 190 individual applications and 52 group applications. At the end of the day, we had 87% of the applications written in English and 13% written in French. And in terms of the countries, we had 33 countries represented in that cohort of the final applicants. We have outlined in the report that we will share the criteria we used to assess. And I just need to make the point, and I hope the reviewers will make the point. Africans don't know how to write reference letters. Because we scored you on the reference letter that your referee wrote. Okay? This feedback has to go back. You need to talk to your referees. It was actually one of the weakest elements of the scoring process. One feels that some of them were written absent-mindedly. I know so and she belongs to my institute. Any support you can give will be appreciated. Okay? Now, any one of you who intends at some point to study outside the continent, I hope you understand that the reference letter will be a significant part of your application process. It demonstrates that you have judging your work. And the one-liner is absolutely useless in terms of evaluation. We also scored you on your CV. And again, the results were mixed. They were mixed. We asked you to develop a 2 to 3 page concept that articulated your interest, and the reviewers will tell you they felt that the response was good, was very good actually, which is why the score was very high. We were able to have more than 70% qualified female applicants to the program. Sorry to say, at some point for Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa, we had to do an internal competition because we were also trying to balance the diversities. So there are some people who are here, who are not here, not because they didn't write good applications, but because their colleagues wrote slightly better applications. In terms of thematic coverage, in terms of the team here, we invited 150 qualified applicants. Initially, we had only aimed to invite 100. So we had to have a conversation with the MasterCard Foundation to say, hey, it's not looking very good. We cannot just throw away these applications. So we increased the number of participants in the first cohort from 100 to 150. Which I can also tell you is a logistics nightmare. 32 countries are covered. We have 105 female, 45 male. At the end of this workshop, I would be interested in hearing from the men how it feels to be in the minority. That doesn't mean I am not male. I just want to understand. But I can also imagine what group dynamics are going to look like and what lessons we can draw out of that as CODESRIA. In terms of thematic coverage, we had identified up to roughly 13 themes in the call for applications. Most of the successful applications that are gathered here were in the area of indigenous medical science and practices, followed by indigenous knowledge and climate change, followed by indigenous pedagogies and curriculum development, followed by indigenous knowledge in social capital development. You don't need to write this, the report is coming, both in English and French. And the themes are covered all the way to indigenous knowledge, religion, and spirituality science, mobilizing digital systems for indigenous knowledge in Africa, agriculture and agri-food systems, and finally, proposals on indigenous languages and science. So the coverage is diverse, allowing us really to have an interdisciplinary conversation. There are people here who have not been in a social science or humanities class. Please feel welcome. Okay. So I feel that where we are ready to commence the induction process for the first cohort of the AFRIAK fellows. And I would just like to conclude by making one point that I think is important. As I said, a lot of the work we are doing here fits very well within the programmatic and research priorities of CODESRIA. What I think is more important is to make the point that I need all of you to understand that you are operating in a very specific context around production of knowledge, and that if in your master's class they taught you that knowledge is objective and neutral, they lied to you. Knowledge emanates from a context, and knowledge is political. So I'm inviting you to think through the politics of knowledge production. And to think through how that politics of knowledge production has assigned you as Africans a place. A place that treats the knowledge you produce not as knowledge, but as knowledge that needs to be validated through instruments developed elsewhere. And that if you're going to spend time talking about indigenous knowledge systems, it is time for us to begin to ask ourselves, why should indigenous knowledge system be the other knowledge rather than simply being knowledge? If we can begin to deal with that politics, and as Professor Kofi Anyidoho says, politricks. If you can begin to deal with the politics and the politricks of knowledge production, we will have begun on a journey that is going to change how we are thinking about this process. And CODESRIA, as I said, is available to facilitate this, and the colleagues who are here are available to help us. It should not be an issue to apologize about that your knowledge is driven from a Pan-African orientation, that it seeks to insert African voices to global discussions on anything. It shouldn't be that knowledge is not valid because it has not been networked with knowledge from the global north. The late Professor Thandika Mkandawire, who is the third executive secretary of CODESRIA, at a moment when it became trendy that Northern academics were talking about the need to network. So everywhere we were all being invited to network with the university in France, university in Canada, in the US. Thandika said, when he analyzed the notion of networking, what struck him was that our colleagues in the North were doing the netting while we were doing the working. Thank you very much for listening to me. And we do have some time for you to ask questions. You can ask me or any other person you feel like you want to ask a question, including our colleagues from the MasterCard Foundation. We will have roughly about 20 or so minutes to do this. So can I invite interventions from the floor? And if you feel there is no intervention, just thank me and say you did a wonderful job. Please let us have the microphones for anyone who has a question, anyone who has a comment, any intervention from the floor. I can see two hands right there. So there are two here and there is one there. They are right here. Please raise your hand so that we can.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Angeline Chisache. I'm from Uganda. However, I find it quite personal as a student who is coming from the other formalized way of doing things, and I kind of understand why we have had quite some challenges in presentations of those. So in that line, I'm kindly asking, is CODESRIA also having community engagement methods? You see, most of the times that we have had these rural community participatory projects, most times the community is expecting something at the end of the engagement. So they work towards serving your purpose, not answering the questions to the best of their being so that you can get what they want. Of course, to get what you want, of course, that has been there because of most of the times the research that has been done there's a bit of per diem that is given to them. So they want to work towards that, so that at the end of the day, there's a benefit. So how best, from the experience with Codesria, have you managed to control those expectations? Thank you.
Welcome to you all. My name is Namakula Flavia. I'm from Uganda, East Africa. I well appreciative for the great work that you have done in collaboration with the Syria and the Mastercard Foundation. Actually, you have given us an opportunity to realize and also to appreciate that before Africa was studied, Africa was wise. Our languages healed, our medicine cured, and our stories told generations how to live. African knowledge, by your explanation, is not alternative, it's original. In our tongues lies science, and in our roots lies medicine. In our culture lies power. We thank you for an opportunity for giving us a line and a foundation as well to go back where we come from, so that we can get enough information from the people who do not have HDs, who are not master holders, but they are custodians of knowledge. Thank you very much.
There was a gentleman at the back, and then I come to this side.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ebeto Rofemi Sojegbe. I'm from Benin Republic. My question is, do you often collaborate with UN agencies or AU agencies just to make well known the indigenous knowledge you have been doing here? And also, were you able to participate to some activities like Ringo? I mean, reimagining the ENGO or Shift the Power. I don't know whether you have heard about it. And if yes, did you collaborate with them just to make your work well known? Thank you so much.
Sorry, can I begin? Sorry, I want to begin there, and I'll come to you, and then I come to you.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Monica Tulsilebuta, and I am from South Africa. Actually, this is a comment because I forgot your name, but you said that we can actually comment on how we've started this entire workshop. I would like to firstly say, colleagues, I am a proud Indigenous scholar and a voice for Indigenous people. And of course, obtained my degrees from the Northwest University, which is the only university in the African continent that has IKS qualifications. That is the Bachelor of Indigenous Knowledge Systems, the Master of Indigenous Knowledge Systems, PhD in Social Sciences with Indigenous Knowledge Systems. But my comment here, colleagues, is that how this entire workshop started, we don't see Indigenous people of Rwanda. We don't see music and dance where we are welcomed with the African spirituality, where we are welcomed with the, that African zeal and tenacity. We are not feeling the indigenousness of this place, the music, the dance, the welcoming. We do not even see knowledge holders coming here so that they know what is it that we want to do in their land. They understand that we are coming from different countries in Africa, but we are here in their land. They are not here, they are absent. Therefore, we are using a bottom-up approach. We are using what the Western have done. We are using the Western systems to conduct this workshop. It's supposed to be indigenized. We are supposed to know our sovereignty in Africa. The people of this land should have given us permission to even start here. So we cannot say we are representatives of indigenous voices while they are absent from such workshops. So I would like Codestria to please rectify this so that when we come back for another workshop or when they take another cohort, we must ask permission from the indigenous people of this land. If they are kings and queens and royalties, they must be present here because this is their land. We cannot be foreigners and not be properly welcome in the land that is not ours. Ngithokoze khulu kwamambala.
Hey, good morning or afternoon, everyone. I'm Blessing Omei Obande from Nigeria. I want to appreciate Codestra for this opportunity given to us. But just like the executive secretary said, and he asked a question that to the men in the house, how does it feel to be a minority? So that's my concern. That's the angle I want to come from. Looking at Codestra policy that women are 70% of the population that will be part of this fellowship. I don't know if, because there are several concerns when it comes to women inclusion, especially in research, that over time back then in Nigeria and also in other African countries, women have been excluded because of maybe maternal care, childbirth, marriages, and all of that. In as much as we want to engage in research, some of these challenges are enormous. So I don't know if there are facilities that Codestra has put in place that as peculiar as women is, can still be included irrespective of some of our peculiarities as women. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayo and Dr. Murunga for the very good presentation. My question seeks to create a platform for clarification and then foresight into how to handle indigenous practices. AFRIAK seeks to disrupt, if I could say, challenge the dominant systems of production of knowledge, such as publishing mainly in English or privileged journals, articles, which is a form of growth for academicians. So in the academic space, we all understand that you need to publish in English most of the time or French, based on your dominant language you use. But we are saying that we want to create a platform where we can probably consider publications in local languages. That's if I'm right. For me, I see a paradox in this particular situation where you need to find your place in your academic space, grow, and at the same time trying to be original. So how do you navigate these challenges in trying to be original or promoting African or indigenous knowledge? Thank you.
Hello. Okay, good morning. My name is Kista Wefwila Hakasa from Kenya, and I feel so privileged to be here. I have a very selfish concern, especially on the health sector. I'm a clinical nutritionist by profession, working as a food scientist researcher. And the two areas have helped me identify the connection. And I'm asking you as the organizers, what are you going to do? Because we are having so much problem in the health sector, especially on cancer treatment. We are having cancer treatment from the Western side, and I can assure you that it is less than 10% successful. Can we incorporate indigenous knowledge in treatment of some diseases, and what or how much are you able to offer, especially the health sector, because it is an area that affects almost each and every individual? Thank you.
Bonjour à tous, moi c'est Expédit Chigo, je viens du Bénin. J'ai beaucoup apprécié l'intervention qui nous appelle à un changement de mentalité. Depuis le matin, je n'ai pas remarqué la présence, vu le caractère solennel et l'importance de ce qui est en train d'être abordé ici. Je n'ai pas vu le représentant du ministère de la Recherche. Alors, ma question est de savoir, est-ce qu'il y a un mécanisme pour impliquer les autorités dans ce processus pour que des décisions fortes soient prises pour accompagner le changement?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nalile Joanita from Uganda. I'm a nutritionist by profession. My question is, we do publish papers in scientific journals out there, like public health, nutrition, medical. So with research in indigenous knowledge, are there journals out there that accept these research papers? Or if they are not, has AFRIAK established these journals that accept research on indigenous knowledge? Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Tengu Silvanus Nomshan from Nigeria. The secretary, through many of your presentations, you've told us how the rigid nature of university administration in terms of research, in terms of training, particularly in postgraduate, has not really given the youth or young people opportunities to research into new areas. They've developed ideas towards. Just yesterday, we were sharing with some colleagues here how there have been a lot of challenges, particularly at PhD level, where you make proposals and professors will tell you, look, we don't want your way, we want our way. And if you insist, you are going to stop. You will suffer for a long time. It has happened to a lot of us, though I'm an exception, it has not happened to me, but we have heard stories like that. Now, in this wonderful gathering, we don't have such category of people here, like university management, like all those senior management cadre in African universities. We don't have them. Of course, we have the zeal to do what Codestra is asking us to do, and we have the capacity to do so. But there is a bit of a problem. How is Codestra going to establish avenue or tools that upon which we are going to leverage to achieve this? I say this or ask this because by the time there's none of such, maybe we'll just put ourselves in some kind of troubles because we want to get these qualifications, and these rigidness have continued to be there, and it's very difficult to say it is going immediately. So is there another umbrella or a situation where Codestra is planning to gather these our fathers in academics to also let them know that it is time to reconsider the old path? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Uchipo from Nigeria, and my question would be on the disruption of knowledge which Codesera seems to achieve. So first off, the premise is this, that majority of ideologies and knowledge is premised on subjective views of what individuals feel it's ideal for them to put out there. So if we should be working with indigenous knowledge and we know the harms of single stories, so when you approach some certain people and they tell you stories they feel they deem fit for a particular presentation, what would be the metric for individuals or for fellows to actually draw a landmark for what is fit to be ideal to be put out there as an information of that particular story that comes from this region?
I will take one last question, and I think it's right there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ntam Damaris from Cameroon. I'm a researcher and a storyteller. We've talked about knowledge production at length since morning, and the organization which I come from is called eBase Africa, and we've had succinct conversations about indigenous knowledge systems, and we've even moved a step further to develop an approach that not only ensure indigenous knowledge production, but also dissemination and evaluation of change in interventions. So I wanted to find out if we are thinking beyond knowledge production, because we may end up having the same problem that we have with research from the global north, where we have a lot of research that exists and has been synthesized by well-known organizations like JBI, Campbell, but this research is not used by policymakers, it's not used by practitioners, it's not used by community members to make informed choices. And that's the ultimate goal of research. So are we thinking beyond production and thinking about dissemination and also evaluation of change for our interventions within the indigenous knowledge systems? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. And I'm going to invite any of the mentors, any of the colleagues from the foundation, if you have any response to any of the questions, please feel free to join me in responding. I have a few minutes. I know I'm going to ask you to respond a follow on to the question on journals. This is like right in your leg, and I know that you are setting up an initiative that will answer your question. Do you want to intervene in response to any of the questions? Please, can we have a mic?
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Godwin, you know, the volume of response and questions that come suggests that this is really an engaging session, and we have you to thank for that. My response will be brief. One goes to Tengu, who asked about, so what do we do back home in the universities to make the system recognize and respect indigenous knowledge system studies? And that problem is not lost on us as a foundation. And I remember, Godwin, you remember, you and I and Amanda and your team sat for a whole day talking about things like this. There is need for system level intervention. And Codesria and we, the foundation, will move beyond this level to the system level intervention. We already are having that conversation. We need a gathering of decision makers in our institutions to come together and forge a reward system that recognizes and responds to and rewards indigenous knowledge packaged in ways and formats that are different from the journal articles and other Western ways that we're used to. Unless we do that, this is going to be an aborted movement. Give it a couple of months, and everybody would collect, and then go back to their old way. And thank you and welcome, eBase. We work with eBase on these same issues. So good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone who wants to intervene on any of the questions, can you respond to the question on the journal publishing opportunities?
Thank you very much. I think the first thing I would like to say in response to the issue about getting university management involved in a debate, in a conversation is very essential. Yesterday, I was having a long discussion with a colleague who had to face some serious traumatic experiences. Experiences, you know, that also involved Codestra. I won't mention the department of the colleague, but when he came back from a, you know, talking about this hierarchy and all that, what he was told in the department is that Codestra supervised your thesis, and therefore your thesis has no traction here. You know, there's that disconnection, there's that disjuncture between what candidates like these fellows have the capacity and the opportunity to achieve outside of that rigid confine of the university and what the university is willing to accept. So that becomes a very significant thing. I'm going to be talking about the African Indigenous Knowledge Research Network, a network that I am part of, a network that I would like to introduce every one of you to join, because again, it is also in conversation with Codestra, with the MasterCard Foundation. And part of the thing that we are doing, for instance, at the Uganda conference that recently in March, we brought university administrators, vice chancellors, management, to have this same conversation about how we can begin to rethink the curriculum, you know, in terms of what we can produce, the methodology for producing it, and all that. And I think that is a very beautiful question for Codestra to begin to think about. Now, AIKRN also has a journal that is not just the regular journal, you know. It is not the regular one because we're not just publishing, or we're not going to publish just essays, the usual academic essays. We are also focusing on conversation, the kind of conversation that you have with community, indigenous community leaders, you know, the kind of conversation that you have with, you know, indigenous members. We call them professors in their own right, you know. At the Uganda conference, we had a member of one of the indigenous communities, and he regaled us with very serious things, experiences that we have no idea about, experiences in their community, experiences, you know, combating climate change, combating agricultural problems and predicaments and all that. So we are looking forward to those kind of conversation that we can publish. We're also looking forward to, you know, policy briefs, you know, in your encounter with these communities and community members, what are the things that you are putting forward? What are the recommendations in terms of policy that you are putting forward, policies that we can not just publish in the journal, but that we can make available? We also have blogs and conversation, you know, that we publish, not just in English and French, but also in the indigenous languages that will be made available to this community to also be part of that conversation. Presently, the journal is about to publish its first special edition, and we are titling it Rethinking the Indigenous and Indigeneity in Africa. And we are just going to begin to rethink how we must begin to reflect on what makes you know, knowledge production and knowledge dissemination very significant for the continent.
Thank you very much, Michelle.
Thank you. I just want to really appreciate the question on who gets invited into the room at which points. I work a lot in the area of culture, and I'm an artist. And one of the things that, this is always a fascinating question for me. And I'm glad that it has come. I appreciate my sister from bringing it in. And I think what we're going to start to discover as we work through our different spaces, our different contexts, is to really pay attention, as she rightly pointed out, to who gets invited at what point and to do what. So in some countries, in some contexts, in some communities, it is really important that you go and you get permission and you have the people who hold that space in the place with you. In others, it is not appropriate. I have worked in contexts where we have, because I'm an artist, so I work with artists, and where we've invited artists. I have been an artist in some of these events, and later on we have gotten pushback from the artists. The reason being that they feel it can be very tokenistic. This is what everybody does. I studied for my master's in Australia. It was very contentious on who do you ask for what kind of permission, especially in spaces where there may have been contestation, in spaces that were co-owned, but most especially with, and I'm both talking about indigenous and I'm talking about national government systems, where people feel that I am not 100% sure that I fully understand what you're doing, and yet I'm under pressure to come and do and say certain things. And what we learned in those spaces is that at the beginning, when you're coming in, there are times it is appropriate to have them, and there are times it is when you begin a relationship. And sometimes they don't even want to be present because their being present has certain implications. I'm not speaking for Codesria, so Godwin, I wanted to speak before you, and I'm not speaking as Codesria, I'm speaking as an artist and a cultural worker. Government, and I've been in Codesria long enough to have, I think I can tell stories to this government to fill a book. The same thing, because governments, if you have a government official in a space, it implies a sanction of everything you are doing. And sometimes when you're at the beginning of a program, they're not sure about it. Sometimes they are very happy to have you, they're very happy to host you, but the appropriate person is not available. So and I'm really glad this conversation is coming, because I hope over the program, even as you go to your sites in different countries, I'm sure we will find different models in those countries. And it would be interesting to move, say, from Botswana to Kenya to South Africa and hear what was the experience in that space and why. And then I also just want to say something also about university administration. I'm so glad you guys are here, because I know sitting in this place are the vice chancellors and deans and heads of departments of the next 20 years. I cannot wait to meet you when you're Professor so-and-so, principal of the College of, and I will remind you about today, because this is part of the journey we are starting with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bazika.
Merci, Godwin. Je viens d'arriver de Brazzaville, enfin d'Addis Abeba, et puis il y avait cette conférence. Je tiens à féliciter véritablement les personnes qui ont été sélectionnées, parce que je suis au Codesria depuis plus de 20 ans. C'est la première fois que je vois autant de femmes dans une conférence. Vraiment, c'est quelque chose d'extraordinaire. Alors, j'aimerais également parler de la question des liens entre le Codesria et les décideurs politiques. Le Codesria avait un programme qu'on appelait à l'époque dialogue politique, hein, qui faisait que les chercheurs et les décideurs, les hommes politiques se retrouvaient pour pouvoir échanger et voir dans quelle mesure les décideurs peuvent inspirer des recommandations des chercheurs. Du coup, je pense que même si aujourd'hui, il n'y a pas eu un ministre du gouvernement qui est venu, mais le Codesria ne donne aussi l'importance à ceux qui décident, parce que ceux qui décident ont besoin des idées des chercheurs. Troisième point, c'est un aspect qui m'a beaucoup marqué quand Godwin parlait du programme, des thèmes qui sont évoqués, et cet aspect, c'est la médecine traditionnelle. Alors moi, je vais vous dire un témoignage personnel, parce que, vous savez, avec mon âge, bon, j'aime beaucoup faire le travail manuel, et j'ai eu mal au dos. Très mal au dos, et justement, c'est une femme qui m'a dit, mais je connais un jeune qui peut vous soigner traditionnellement. Parce que moi, dans mon réflexe, c'était aller à l'hôpital. Et bon, j'ai dit, bon, pourquoi pas? Elle m'a amené chez ce jeune-là qui avait 23, 25 ans à peu près.
Et arrivé là-bas, ces jeunes avaient des produits, des plantes qu'il mâchait dans sa bouche. Et il me disait simplement, bon, enlevez votre chemise, enlevez mon chemise. Et il me crachait sur le dos. Bon, le premier jour, je me suis dit, est-ce que vraiment je vais guérir? Parce que vraiment, ça me faisait mal, le dos. Il m'a dit, bon, que ça va durer à peu près une semaine. Il faut venir chaque matin. Bon, j'ai continué. Je suis allé. Et curieusement, je me sentais mieux. Et je ne souffre. Aujourd'hui, je peux venir même à cette conférence parce que le mal que j'avais, c'était tellement, ça me faisait tellement mal que j'avais du mal à me mettre debout. Donc, la médecine traditionnelle africaine, là, très important. Ceux qui vont faire ce thème-là, je les invite à vraiment produire des papiers de qualité parce que nous avons une richesse, mais qui a été, avec la colonisation, marginalisée. Et on nous a dit, seule la médecine occidentale est bonne. Ce n'est pas vrai. Moi, je peux aujourd'hui témoigner que la médecine traditionnelle africaine est une grande médecine, mais on ne connaît pas bien cette médecine. On n'en parle pas, on l'étudie peu. C'est pourquoi ceux qui vont faire ce thème-là, je suis vraiment très curieux de lire leurs papiers et je pense que ça va beaucoup nous aider à mieux comprendre ce que notre culture, notre propre société en tant qu'Africains produit depuis des décennies, depuis, mais je dirais des millénaires. Donc, vraiment, Godwin, merci beaucoup pour m'avoir invité à cette conférence.
Oui, bon, j'avais dit que pour une fois, je vais être sage, je ne ferai que écouter. Mais voilà que deux choses m'interpellent. La dernière intervention de Jean-Christophe, avec les crachats sur le dos, soulève une question qui me triture. Est-ce que les crachats, là, c'est la mystique, c'est la science ou qu'est-ce que c'est? Moi, je pose la question parce que non seulement je suis persuadée qu'on peut guérir avec des crachats, mais quand j'étais jeune, je ne vous dis pas que je suis vieille. Je n'ai pas 70 ans, mais j'ai plus de 17 ans. Et moi, quand j'étais jeune, dans le quartier où j'habitais à Diourbel, dans ma ville intérieure du Sénégal, presque, si tu comptais une maison, chaque maison était un lieu de guérison. Où chaque maison détenait des savoirs traditionnels. Vous pouvez appeler ça par la catégorie que vous voulez. Et moi, j'étais souvent avec ma grand-mère et je lui servais de bras, achat, soit dans la recherche des plantes, soit dans les incantations qu'on devait faire. Et je suis persuadée, parce que j'ai vu, a déjà soigné plusieurs femmes qui avaient et qui ne faisaient pas d'enfants. Mais je ne sais pas si cela, c'est la science ou si c'est la mystique. Là-bas, quand j'étais à l'école, on disait que c'est les mystères de l'Afrique. Oui, Godwin, je suis très contente de la présence qui n'est pas une surreprésentation pour les femmes. Parce que ma conviction ultime, c'est que les savoirs endogènes, pour beaucoup, c'est des savoirs féminins. Toujours en liaison avec les crachats de Jean-Christophe, là où j'habite au Sénégal, quand nous dormons, mais c'est tous les groupes sociaux et toutes les régions du Sénégal, les génies protecteurs qui sont censés veiller sur notre sommeil sont toutes des femmes. Je ne sais pas s'il y a des Sénégalais ici, mais là-bas, il y a Mamdiaré, dans la région de Dakar où il y a l'eau. Chez moi, il y a Ndoumbe Diop. Partout, c'est des femmes.
Cela veut dire que les savoirs indigènes sont des savoirs mixtes de femmes dans la plupart, y compris dans les modes et les modalités de transmission, et que ce n'est que justice s'il y a ici pas une surreprésentation, mais un nombre plus important de femmes. Nous ne sommes pas surreprésentés, nous représentons seulement ce que nous devons représenter, et autre chose, ça c'est la confidence que je vous fais. Je fréquente le Codesria depuis beaucoup d'années, depuis quelques semaines, mais ce n'était pas toujours le cas que les femmes étaient surreprésentées. Et cela, c'est aussi un débat scientifique parce qu'il y a eu une très grande bataille pour qu'on arrive à intégrer les questions de genre dans le business normal, officiel du Codesria. Mais il est aussi arrivé qu'il y ait eu des débats, mais très scientifiques, pour dire que les femmes ne représentaient dans la communauté que ce qu'elles représentent parmi les sachants. Merci beaucoup.
The community has answered most of the questions for me. So I'm going to allow Priscilla to make a last intervention and then we can conclude.
Thank you for this chance. And we noted that many of the applications are about treatment with the traditional medicine and all that, which means that many of you are interested in that area. And I've also heard that you feel that the westernized health does not accept the traditional medicine as you would like, but just like universities, the way people were trained in Western medicine, there is that rigidity, okay? And it stems from the fact that you are not dealing with anything. You are dealing with a human being. So if I have a patient and you come and tell me, I have a treatment for cancer which will work, so let him take this treatment for cancer, and then if something bad happens to that person, I will be liable, isn't it? You will not be liable. So I have to protect myself with what I know works. So just look at how medicine goes from the laboratory to the patient. It is not a one-day thing. There are laboratory studies where the drug is put to cells to see if they work. Then from cells to animal studies. Then from animal studies to volunteers who are healthy to see that they don't react. And then you get now the patients with the illness and give them selected patients who are only having this problem, so that whatever changes occur in them, you know it is because of your herb or whatever. So it is not something which you can do today and work tomorrow. It's only in COVID that we saw a fast tracking of vaccine for COVID because it was an emergency. And now we are dealing with the problems of that. So this takes many phases of studies for your herb to come from your tree to the patients. Bear that in mind.
I think most of the questions have been covered in some way or the other. There was a question about the monetization of the research process with the people who you engage seeking payment for that. I think that question, I'm going to pack it. It will come back in a different conversation. There was a question about, there are several questions about the health systems and interventions. One of the hubs that we hope we can engage is the Africa Health Research Institute, which is based in Durban. And there's a colleague who will be here to speak to some set of those questions because they are already doing some of the things that we've discussed here. So I'll pack that. There are questions about what Codesria can do in relation to changing, disrupting the institutions and all that do this. I'm parking that question because it's going to come back, only to say that we actually have opened up conversations with the Association of African Universities, which would be a useful partner institution in terms of intervening with university vice chancellors, because I think there is a part of this conversation that needs to be Pan-African, and there is a part of this conversation that should be one-on-one with the universities. But I want you to think about how many universities in Africa have a previous history of being disruptive of Western canons of knowledge production and validation. And what happened? University of Dar es Salaam, what happened? Okay. And let us remember, we're not inventing the wheel. There is already a deep history of forcing universities to act differently, forcing leaders of universities to engineer change. It will not be the first time. It will not be the last time. And we're going to come back to that question. There was a particular question on the female scholars, especially those participating here, and what provisions CODESRIA has given. If you check your program, we have a whole session on safeguarding, where the matters of duty of care will be discussed. So can I park that question until that point? And finally, I think just to say that I want you to think of us as providing a legitimate and useful platform for you to experiment in forcing different ways, new ways of doing things. Let me stop there. Thank you very, very much for listening to me. We've eaten into lunch by about 13 minutes. Can I ask any of my colleagues who is going to give us direction and where we are going to have lunch? I'm also informed that we need to take a group photo. So we will go take a group photo on our way to lunch. And finally, I would like to meet members of the scientific committee briefly before we go to lunch. So please stay around here so that I can communicate something. Let me wish you a good break and an enjoyable lunch. We will be coming back at exactly 10 minutes past 2. So you have 1 hour for lunch and a group photo. Sheila, are you going to provide some guidance, Sheila? Okay. For the photo. Okay.
So, colleague, we are going to take the group photo. It's outside next to where we are going to have lunch. Please, the CODESRIA staff will guide you and help you to reach where we are going to take the photo. Nous allons prendre une photo de groupe. Ce sera juste à côté, près de là où on va prendre le déjeuner. Le staff du CODESRIA est là et ils vont vous aider pour vous orienter. Merci beaucoup. Oui, c'est sécurité. On peut laisser ici.
Good. I think we can strategize on how to punish those who will be late. Huh? I think we need to strategize on the punishment. But I have one of my speakers here. Once I get the second one, we will begin. I have seen my two presenters. So I am going to take advantage to begin in 1 minute. Can I have Mshai Mwangola and Ayemi Lawani please join me here? I trust very much their time management skills that I will not be pretending to be chairing the session. I will just set them off and go to sleep now that I'm satisfied. Okay. So any colleagues who are out there that feel like listening to me before I shut up, please come in. And I want just to add that I did in fact introduce both Mshai Mwangola and Ayemi Lawani in the morning, so I'm not going to make any elaborate introductions. They are colleagues who are very much familiar with the AFRIAK, and I can guarantee you they read very many of your concept notes. So we're looking forward to feedback from them. And we have assigned ourselves 2 hours for this session. Shai and Ayemi, I am going to hold you responsible for any transgressions on the time allocated to you. The program tells me that we should be out of here by 4. And I'm sure everyone here wants to be out of here by 4. Huh? So Sheila, maybe we should close that door and people use the one at the back so that we can begin. I mentioned earlier this morning that Shai Mwangola is a member of the Codesria Executive Committee, but we also mobilized her service to assist us with the review of the proposals, and she will go first. And you can take as much as you don't want to go first, or with disrupting. So I'm allowing you to disrupt first, and then Ayemi will come second. And you can use as much as 30 minutes each. And then we will have 1 hour of engagement with the colleagues. You are free to speak from there or come to the podium, please. Welcome.
All right. Hello, everyone. Since we've been hearing French since the morning, allow me to continue in French so that we can test also the translators' capacity to translate in French. Alors, merci beaucoup et bienvenue dans cette session que j'ai l'honneur de co-animer avec Michai. La session sur les évaluateurs, ou je vais dire les sessions sur les évaluateurs, sont des sessions, on aura 3 sessions au total. Donc aujourd'hui, vous aurez la première session, les 2 dernières sessions, donc la session 2 et la session 3 se dérouleront le vendredi. Et l'objectif des sessions sur les évaluateurs, c'est de faire les évaluateurs donc, qui ont lu ce que vous avez envoyé, vous font des retours qui ont été remarqués et un certain nombre d'éléments sur différentes thématiques. La session d'aujourd'hui va se focaliser sur un peu une vue d'ensemble et la structure de ce que vous avez envoyé comme dossier pour AFRIAK. Et la première session, donc la session de vendredi, va plus se focaliser sur la méthodologie. Okay? Ce qui a été remarqué en termes de méthodologie, les approches méthodologiques qui ont été utilisées par les différents candidats. Et la troisième session va plus regarder le côté conceptuel. Donc, c'est comme ça qu'on a organisé les 3 sessions. Alors, aujourd'hui, quand nous allons intervenir, posez vos questions, mais ayez aussi à l'esprit qu'il y aura d'autres sessions qui viendront pour des questions spécifiques à la méthodologie ou bien au cadre conceptuel que vous avez utilisé. L'autre élément aussi que je voulais dire, c'est que Micha et moi allons conduire cette première session, mais les autres évaluateurs sont aussi invités à intervenir au fur et à mesure s'il y a également des ajouts à apporter. Alors, les retours que nous allons vous faire, évidemment, si vous êtes là, ça veut dire que vous avez les meilleurs dossiers. OK? Mais ça ne veut pas dire que ce sont des dossiers parfaits. On peut toujours améliorer. Donc, les retours que nous allons vous faire, peut-être certains vont se retrouver dans des retours, d'autres pas, mais au fur et à mesure, peut-être des sessions, vous vous retrouverez quand même parce que chaque dossier a quelque chose à améliorer. Donc, pour pouvoir lancer, je vais laisser quelques minutes, une trentaine de minutes à Michai pour pouvoir vous faire ces retours et je reviendrai également pour des aspects un peu plus de la structure des dossiers. Merci.
Hadithi, hadithi. Hadithi, hadithi. I'm going to keep this until everybody is answering me. Hadithi, hadithi. Thank you very much. Story, 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 come. And when you finish going on with it, it talks about the sweetness of the story and being marinated by that. I ask your permission, and I do this as I start my presentation, as something that I have learned from my mentor and teacher, Michere Gidai Mugo, to do two things. One, do I have your permission to proceed? You don't sound very sure about this. Do I have your permission to proceed? Do I also have your permission to invite you into a dialogue? Yes. Do I have your permission to ask you to think about your journeys and your stories as we do this? Hey, now the voices went, we are academics. We don't do this, we work with data. You are the data I want us to think about. Leave everybody else right now. Do I have your permission in sharing my own journey and my own story to ask you to think about your own journey and your own stories? Do I have your commitment in doing so? And this is not just for this afternoon, this is for the whole time you will be here. From Michere Gidai Mugo, where are those songs my mother and yours always sang, fitting rhythms to the whole vast span of life? What was it again they sang? Harvesting maize, threshing millet, storing the grain. What did they sing? Bathing us, rocking us to sleep. They sang, stirring the pot, swallowed in part by choking smoke. How was it the woods echoed as in long file, my mother and yours, and all the women on our ridge beat out the rhythms, trudging daily as they carried piles of wood through those forests, miles from home. What song was it? And the row of bending women hoeing our fields? To what beat did they break the stubborn ground as they weeded our shambas? What did they sing at the ceremonies? Childbirth, child naming, second birth, initiation. How did they trill the ngemi? What was the warrior's song? How did the wedding song go? Sing me the funeral song. What do you remember? Sing. I have forgotten my mother's song. My children will never know. But this I remember. Mother always said, sing, child, sing. Make a song and sing. Beat out your own rhythms, the rhythms of your life. But make that song soulful. And make life sing. Sing, daughter, sing. Around you are uncountable tunes. Some sung, others unsung. Sing them to your rhythms. Observe. Listen. Observe. Soak yourself deep in the streams of life and then sing. Sing simple songs for the people, for all to hear and learn, and then sing with you. Michere Gidai Mugo, my mother's song. And that, in a nutshell, is what this entire program is about. That poem comes from the early 90s, so long before some of us here were born and others of us were children. The journey we are on is not a new journey, and you are not the first ones to start on it. But there is a historic part in the history of African intellectual spaces and journeys and struggles that you are being called upon to play. And so what I want to do in the time I've been given is three things. One, I'm a storyteller. So I was very happy. I had a fellow storyteller in the room this morning. She encouraged me. I'm bringing stories into the room. And I'm bringing stories into the room because we will be talking about data. And I want you to begin to think about stories as data, stories as methodology, and stories as policy, stories as theory, stories as praxis. I will be speaking to your proposals in a more general way. And as you have been told throughout this week, you will be hearing some of my co-panelists will come and really break it down for you. But most of all, I am inducting you into a community. And I'm really, really thrilled to be able to do that. So allow me to wear 3 different headdresses as I come before you. And I will start with the first one. I want you to imagine the most elaborate headdress you can think about. And yes, I am looking at West Africa for this. If you want, let's go with cloth to begin with, but also to my sisters here in Rwanda who have something that I thought about doing this morning, but I hope I'll who is based at Makerere University, and all my colleagues on the EC, including my brother Jack Jacques, for once I can't pronounce your name, Shibabwa, who also serves with me on the subcommittee of programs. It is such a joy to have you here. Can I just see by a show of hands, we agreed this is interactive. If you've been to Codesria at least once before, any Codesria event, please put up your hands. At least once before. So you are in the minority. So those of you in the minority, please join me in applauding everybody else who is here. Thank you for choosing to join us as Codesria members. My own first time Codesria event was in 1998, I think. It's been a journey. I was very much like you, and I will be sharing a little bit of that journey. And I want to encourage you to say, when you join Codesria, you're not coming for an event, you are joining a community. And on behalf of that community, I want to welcome you into this community. Please let me ask you to stay engaged. Do not just say, I am part of AFRIAK, and that's the only thing I'm doing with Codesria. I invite you to go to our website. I invite you to talk to the Codesria colleagues, find out what else we are doing. I invite you to go back to your universities, see who else are members of Codesria. And if you talk to my colleagues at the Secretariat, they will help you find them in your own countries, at your own institutions. Know the journey of being an academic, being an intellectual can be very difficult. And sometimes I'm not asking that we become your advisors, but I'm asking that you realize that you have people in the community who are invested in your journey. I am here because from the very beginning of my journey, the senior members of Codesria, not just the other members, but the most senior members, when they told me they were invested in me and me being there in the community, I believed them. And that is why decades later, someone told me this morning, one of the ladies at the desk, she said, gosh, you don't look as old as you are. And I took that, I think it was meant as a compliment. But all those decades later, I am here because I joined a community, not a project. Secondly, I just want to, again, as I'm chair of the subcommittee on programs together with Jacques, to thank and celebrate my colleagues on the panel. Jacques and I maybe did not have much of a choice about serving on the panel, but for each one of you, you are invited and you chose not only to be involved in this program, but you chose to come. We had a wonderful time. On the first day, I don't think we understood how much work we were getting into in the time that we had in Nairobi. We barely saw each other. And today, this is the results of your hard work. So on behalf of the subcommittee on programs, allow me to say thank you. And allow me also to thank the mentors who are coming from institutions who will carry the burden for us. We don't take you for granted. Ours is the easier task as members of the executive committee. Thank you. I know a lot of the time I am addressing the rest of the participants, but I did want to start by honoring those. In case I don't have another opportunity, I think the ES might not allow me to come here again in that. I also just want, and there's something I'm doing deliberately because I want you guys to think about who supports the work that you do. So let me also, at the beginning, forefront the hardworking members of the Secretariat. Guys, these people work. Let me tell you, when we were doing this, so can I tell on myself? When they said they were coming to Nairobi, I thought I was being invited to go and welcome them to Nairobi as a member of the EC. So I was like, yeah, sure. It's a week, I'll be there. You know, I'll come, I'll encourage them, I'll cheer them on. As people say, shock on me. I get sent a folder. It's got my name on it. I look at it, I see, man, and you had the numbers we're dealing with, applications. I say, well, these people have a lot of work to do. So now I've even come to encourage and inspire them. Call me anytime you want someone to cheer you on. I'll welcome you into my home. Then we are sitting in our own induction, and it occurs to me that all those applications are for me, myself, and I to go through. So I am spying, I'm trying to see who's next to me. Do they have the same number, or am I being punished because I'm in Nairobi? And some of them I think had even more than me. Then I realized we are in trouble. But folks, let me tell you, I would be sitting, I work at night. That's my best time. I would be sitting at midnight. I realize I don't have one of your referees' letters. I send a message to, I don't know if she's in the room, Sheila, in fact, she's here. Sheila and somebody we got to know as Bapa in Dakar. And I tell them, I do not have this referee's application. I kid you not, I don't think there's a time it was over an hour. Remember, I'm saying I'm doing this at midnight before I got that letter into my inbox. Or I would say, suddenly I don't have access to the system. Basiru in Dakar would answer within half an hour. It didn't matter what time it was, and I have access. Start to think about who has made it possible for you to be here in the journey that you're on. And I don't just mean your academic supervisors, I mean everybody else. And the fact that some of you are listening to me in French reminds you of the people who work behind the scenes and you know what they're doing. So I'm taking the time and making a point of doing this thank you right at the beginning, not only on my own behalf, but on behalf of the community of Codesria. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. For my second headdress, I imagine this as beaded. You know, in this part of the world, we love beads. I want to speak as a panelist, and I've shared a little bit of that journey, what it was for me. But what I want you to be thinking about as you listen to the contributions that are coming, first of all, you don't need to justify that you're here. You're already affirmed. But there were two things we were reading. I personally was reading for when I was looking at these papers. Number one, is this person a good fit for the program that we are doing? And what that means is you're brilliant. Yes. You may have your CV tells me you have done all these amazing things. Yes. But we don't want to bring you into a space, and then in that space, it's already going to be I'm warning you, you will be challenged, you will be stretched, you will come up against things you have never come up against. But we wanted to be confident that the program, even as we are co-creating it with you, can accommodate and fit you. Because you can get a really brilliant person, put them in an equally amazing space, and there is, you know, this thing of you're fighting. right? And Ayo, I really appreciated what you said this morning, that you are intentional, and so are we, about looking for a partner who would understand what it is like to venture into this space together. So be patient, because some of the things you said, I loved your interventions this morning, because some of the things we have not done, it makes us think about what does it mean? How do we bring it into the program? Some of the challenges you're going through, speak to us about them. Because the second thing we are looking at is not only, is this a good fit for you, but it also is, are we, you know, it's not just about you being the right fit, are we the right fit for you? So that there are applications I looked at, I said, this is a brilliant application, but we will frustrate this person. Let me give you an example. I read one where the person really wanted to conduct their research out of their continent. And when you looked at the scholars they were citing, there was no African scholar. The place they wanted to do their research was not on the African continent, even though they are in an African institution. And so they were actually looking for money to go out and do that work. So now if they come in and we put them into the kind of program, they would get frustrated, we would get frustrated. It probably would not be a good fit for each other. So as you're listening to all the advice that will be coming to you, bear that in mind. Do not question if you should be here. Yes, I've answered for you. You should be here. And help us co-create this program so that cohort 2 has an even better experience. If you're frustrated, don't keep it to yourself. Don't assume that there's nothing you can do about it, right? There's, you can just hold something inside you, and then it messes with everything. It messes with you, it messes with everyone's experience. Just find somebody you can talk to and say, this is what I am struggling through. And then we can see, how can we hear each other and accommodate each other? And then I've said it, Gordon has said it, let me reiterate. There is no conversation on anybody being here because we were lowering the standards. Even though, yes, it is true, our colleagues in Nigeria, in Kenya, in some of the countries, we then did, as you were told, an internal competition so that we could get a better spread. That does not mean that if you came as the only person from your country, that you are second, the second tier. Everybody has justified their space here. Whether you're in an academic institution or in some other intellectual space, you have justified your place here. Whether you are female or male, you have justified your place here. And regardless of your disciplinary area, because I know our academy, I come from a country where our president has said that really we should be investing in science and technology, and the rest of you are just other, ETCs, that history is a waste of time. He has said it, right? So don't be intimidated by what somebody else is doing. What I loved about this project was the breadth of what was there. The other thing I want to speak about, so number one, I am not just interested in the disciplines. I am thrilled. Actually, I woke up this morning and I said, I am so exhausted, but I am so filled with joy because we are talking about knowledge that has been marginal or marginalized in many of our disciplinary areas, in many of our universities, in the academy in general, both on Africa and elsewhere. And so you are here to enter into a space of battle, and you are worthy warriors with us. I was holding the space for a conversation last weekend, and I happened to be wearing, somebody had brought me a sankofa. You know what sankofa is? The meaning of sankofa? Okay, so it's a symbol that comes, it's an Adinkra symbol from Ghana, and it's a bird. And at some point, come to me, I'll show you a visual. But what it does is it signifies a bird that's flying. So it's in the present, it's flying, it's heading to the future, but it's turned its beak backwards to bring from the past what the past has to offer. And I could talk for an hour on Sankofa. I love Sankofa. And someone came to me and he's Ghanaian and he said, do you even know what you're wearing? I said, yes. He said, but do you know its meaning? So we had a really great conversation. And he said to me, he did not expect to find an East African wearing Sankofa and understanding the meaning. I'm saying that to say that one of the joys for me of this program is that we validate that you're going to the past to take what is of value based in the present, the challenges, the struggles, the questions, everything that you have, because you're here to create a better future. And that you don't have to be restricted to your own country and what you know. So your cohorts are not drawn. We're not putting a group of Tanzanians in Tanzania to talk to fellow Tanzanians or even to fellow East Africans. We are putting you to cross the continent, and please learn as much as you can from the places you go to, as well as where you're coming from, and bring what you have from there. This morning we saw a wonderful example. My sister was speaking about the importance of acknowledging the indigenous leaders. Now, some of us might say, I've never seen that done in my countries, in my communities. We never do that. We never bring the arts to an academic conference. So I want to know more about that. Please take the opportunity to talk to her or others who do that practice and find out about it and what that might look like in a medical conference, as my other sister was telling us. How do we fit into your space? Because maybe you are breaking very essential boundaries and barriers for people as you do that. Okay, back to my story. I said, you gave me permission to tell my story, right? 1998, I am invited. I'm studying in Australia. Guys, I'll be honest. I got to Australia. I went into a department. I wanted to study theater in Kenya. I was doing a retrospective, and everybody said to me, oh, like my saying I'm studying theater in Kenya, everybody said, like my own supervisor would tell people she's studying Ngugi wa Thiong'o. And I'd be low, that's not what I said. In fact, I'm studying theater after Ngugi. And they'd look at me and say, wait, there's theater after Ngugi. In fact, there's somebody else after Ngugi. I'm kidding you not. So he tells me, my supervisor asked me who he should be reading. And I say, okay. He had never read Ngugi, so that was the only name that someone had told him, so he had come with. He asked me, who else should I be reading? I thought, okay, if he's never read Ngugi, what's the other name, obvious name? People who are in the theater world, African theater, that comes to mind. Wole Soyinka. I say Wole Soyinka. He tells me, can you write that down for me? I've never heard of him. I knew I was in trouble. Remember, I'm the master's student, right? My advisor doesn't know. I've never heard of Wole Soyinka, leave alone anybody else. And then an opportunity came. Somebody, actually a medic, said this opportunity that said there's this organization called Codesria. They have a program. It was called Remembering the Dismembered Past. I still remember it was investigating slavery in Ghana, in West Africa, and in the US. At that point, I had no interest at all in slavery. My supervisor said, let's figure out a proposal that will get you to Ghana, not for that project, but because you need to be in a space where you meet African intellectuals who can also help you with your project. Because I don't, I know how limited I am in terms of helping you. So I applied. There was a line I have always thanked Codesria for putting. At the bottom of it, it said, early career scholars and female scholars are especially encouraged to apply. If that line had not been there, I would not have applied. I would have thought this thing is too big for me. So I applied. I cannot tell you how shocked I was when they took me. I didn't expect them to. And so I go to Ghana. In my cohorts, I can't remember, were between 15 and 20 fellows. It was a 3-month program. There were only 2 women. There were only 2 of us who were master's students. And I was the most junior of them, in our program. Can you imagine how intimidating that was? So when you see me today, I almost ululated when they said 70% women in the room, when they said under 35 years in the room. I was the only one, no, there was a historian from Kenyatta University, but remember, up until this point, I have never studied slavery at all. I'm not interested in it. Kenyans, am I right when I say it's not something they teach us? And so I am now immersed in a world of people who've been studying this, who've written about it. And the beautiful thing for me was that they understood that I was there to learn, but they also showed me what I had to teach. So when you are sitting and working through, I can assure you, the proposals, at least the ones that I passed, and I know that if I had not passed you would not be in the room, right? We were looking for people who has something to give and something to learn. If you don't have anything to learn, then there's no point in you being here. You know it all. But even if you go to a center, you get to Botswana, and what they're telling you, you're like, hey, this has nothing to do with my project. Can I encourage you to listen and to find? If the people in your small group, when you listen to each other's projects, you're like, but that's got nothing to do with my project. That's not the point. The point is that it may not look at it on the surface, but they're there with you because we have seen a conversation that will happen in your projects. Are we together? Are we okay? Okay. The third thing I want to say on gender, it's been said, I want to reiterate it. Gender is not only about bringing physical women into the room or men into the room. And men, please do not feel that you're being marginalized, although as Godwin said, you might be in for an interesting time where you are the other gender. Have you been to those conferences when they say, can we have the other gender to say something? Yeah. So you are the other gender. What I'm hoping the conversation that will come to you is that you are thinking about what the body you come with and the bodies of the people in the spaces that you are. How does that change or influence or impact the knowledge that is coming to you? I think this morning there was a really great conversation about what does it mean to be a young woman in a research program like this. Some of you are mothers, some of you are fathers with little children, with childcare responsibilities. Some of you may have been recently married and then you're telling your spouse, I'm going for a whole month in another country. And then you take a picture and he or she is saying, and that person who's standing very close to you. These are the realities, right? And so saying that we are bringing gender into the room is not you saying we're ticking a box. There are methodologies that women have used that have been ignored in the academy because they have devised technologies. And that's why I started Michere Mugo. They have devised technologies that allow them to do intellectual work in the midst of everything that they do. And sometimes that impacts the work in useful ways that even men benefit from. I also want to say, as I speak about gender, okay, I was wondering whether, let me keep this. You will be, okay, Marema, I want to bring you into the room. You will be introduced to a lot of literature, and you might say, but my study isn't a gendered study. Can I just, this is for me personally, because it has blessed me. I don't consider myself a gender scholar, but I use a lot of feminist work. And I want to appreciate that you may be exposed to work that you are not used to, and that might challenge where you come from and what you see and read around the room. And I wanted to bring Marema Ture into the room, who is our Vice President of the Scientific Committee, because she is one of the people who has really impacted my thinking on gender and moved it from counting numbers to more substantive work, just as Michere Mugo has done. And I'll come back to Marema in a minute. But please take advantage. When I'm at Codesria, I tend to monopolize Marema's time. So feel free, if I'm talking to her, to come and say, Mishai, step aside. It's my turn now to be impacted by Marema. So I hope that a gendered lens, and I was looking for projects that allowed me to see the many diversities that could come into your project. Not just gender, but age, disabilities, communities that are usually left out of data except as subjects. And I'm hoping that many of your projects, even the ones that don't show it now, are going to, my time is done, are going to include, you're going to expand your thinking on who you're talking to and how you're working with them and who is not in the room. Again, the conversation that started this morning with my sister, who is in the room and how many are only there as subjects and not as researchers, as co-researchers with you. The other thing I was thrilled about, and I think this has been mentioned, let me just say it in passing, the range of countries and the range of languages involved. Some of my most interesting projects are the ones that are not happening in English, French, Arabic, Swahili, Portuguese, but somebody says, I'm coming and I'm working in Zulu. I'm coming and I'm working in Ga, right? I'm coming and I'm working in Ewe. And what are the implications of that work beyond saying, I'm going to go and get data from that person using that language? The other thing that for me was very important when I was looking at these diversities, I think Jacques is the person who has really emphasized it in our conversations as a panel, is that different linguistic traditions train us differently. So people working in French are trained sometimes to look at academic projects very differently from people working in English, even when you are from the same discipline. And over my years at Codesria, I have worked more and more on learning to listen in French and read in French because I've come to appreciate what Francophone colleagues bring. There's a certain rigor. And Francophone colleagues, their foundation on philosophical questions is unmatched on this in the Anglophone world. That's my personal opinion. So finding what people of other language traditions or people who say, I am now working with people in my languages who are intellectual giants in that language, apart from the data, what are they teaching me in terms of how they work? I am hoping, because the projects I looked at all allowed that to happen. So my final headdress as I finish, and you can imagine this as whatever your favorite hairstyle is, whether you're bald or you have it plaited or you have it locked or however you want to do it, is my own personal investments, because we all come with personal investments. Number one for me is the idea of an epistemic community. I have stayed in Codesria because it is an epistemic community. It is a debating community. It is a community that we learn from each other. I think for me, the weakest link in almost all the proposals I saw was the question where you are asked about who are you in conversation with, and especially who in Codesria is your work in conversation with. And that doesn't mean that we are penalizing you if you have not cited a certain person in Codesria. But the fact that we flagged it to you, and very few of you could cite African scholars, or when they were cited, could cite African scholars outside your own country who are making big contributions in the very work that you are doing, was something that tells me this is going to be a wonderful place of growth for you. When I look at proposals, let me tell you, one of the first things I do is I go to the bibliography and I look at your politics. Are you citing Africans? Are you citing people of your own generation? Are you citing people outside your own country? Are you reading people from other disciplines? Are all your African scholars based outside the continent? Because that tells me who is feeding your mind. And sure enough, after I've looked at that, I can tell you if you're going to be citing Foucault or you're going to be citing Hutonji. And for us, it is really, really important that you become familiar with the African intellectual giants who have already done the work of building the foundation on which your work will go. Some of the projects we looked at wanted to reinvent the wheel. So the person says, I am going to be the first person to make this intellectual contribution. And I'm like, actually, in the 60s, someone said that. And then in the 70s, someone built on that. And then in the 80s and 90s. And yes, maybe in your country, people are not doing this work. Godwin made the point today, this morning. The decolonial debate is fascinating in terms of what contributions are being made now. But that debate has been going on in this continent for more than 50 years. Sometimes it's someone in a different language. And Codestria has got a huge archive. And I really challenge you to work with the colleagues at the Secretariat and your mentors, that when you finish, you are stronger because you have this beautiful, amazing legacy that you stand on. But also that it is important for you to contribute to that debate. And it is important that you cite each other. So if you find a colleague from Cameroon whose PhD work or whose master's work has already cited this and has done some work, bring them into the conversation, amplify their work. If they tell you my professor has been working on that, ask them for more and build on that work. Because an epistemic community is how we build knowledge. That's the reason I'm in Codestria, if I have to be honest. Because I can sit in a space and hear about what people are doing in economics, in agriculture, in finance, in languages, in history, in geography. And then when I bring it into my project, people think I'm brilliant. And let me say, people think I'm brilliant, and all I'm doing is quoting my colleagues, right? My job, I'm a storyteller. I pick sources, pick, then tell a story. So please, yes, you want people to know how brilliant you are. You will show how brilliant you are if you show how many other brilliant people you're dealing with. I think I want to, one other point, an epistemic community is a debating community. I looked for proposals where people were willing to learn and I could see it, as opposed to proposals where you can tell, and you can tell people who are going to come and on the day they arrive, they want to live with that. They've already told us on day one what their findings are going to be and whom they are going to cite. In my doctoral program, the first project you did, they told you take your topic and then write a proposal based on your topic. We wrote brilliant proposals. On the day we went for our defense, they told you come with that project. Actually, your supervisor wrote it. And one of the questions was, how has your proposal changed from your first term in our department to where you are now? And if you could not demonstrate that change, you were invited to spend another year before you went and done your research. Because they were telling us it should be a radically different proposal, because now you have brought other minds into your conversation. I am not saying that your proposals are weak, because obviously you're here. But I am saying that you are in an epistemic community, which is a debating community. And your mentors, we were looking for projects and mentors who can challenge you on that. I want to end with two quotes. I have a lot more to say, but I know my colleagues are going to say that. No, let me say this one last thing. My biggest challenge, and I look forward to this project showing that to us, is how you look at the two sides of intellectual work, the academy and whichever other site you're working, and demonstrate to me that they are of equal weight. And what I mean by that is that what often happens with research of this kind is that we give the greater weight to our academic mentor. We give our greater weight to the methodology that is academic, to the concepts that are coming out of academics. I want to see, and this is the final thing I was looking for in your projects, is there a space where you are not just gathering data from these communities in order to expose it to the world, And then you'll come back and tell them, I'm disseminating what you gave me. But where I can see that throughout the project, you are inviting people into the space of research with you. You are co-creating this. So what ethics, what are the research ethics? Not just from the academic side, but from that community. Where are we using them in ways that seem tokenistic? What does it mean to say that my academic mentor and my mentor from a non-academic space, of whatever nature that space is, shows that I valorize those two mentors and my colleagues working in that space equally. And equally does not mean in the same way, but I must have the same respect from the person who is training me as a storyteller, if that's what I'm doing, because I'm a storyteller, let me go there, as I have for the professor who is doing the same thing. And I looked for projects that showed me that there is space, especially when it came to methodology. That's another space that was a weak link. When it got to methodology, we forgot that we had indigenous experts and we went to what we are trained to do. For those of you who are uncomfortable in academic spaces, this is a wonderful time for you to discover what the academic space has to offer to strengthen your work. For those of you uncomfortable in non-academic spaces, it is also an opportunity for you to enter into these spaces and to be blessed and gifted by those spaces. So that at the end of it, when Godwin said, this concept of indigenous knowledge is one that is contested, may it be said of this group that we have moved that forward. And I want to end just by sharing two quotes so that when I talk about citing these people, just as a demonstration of the people who we might be drawing from. I'm taking this from a storyteller, an academic turned storyteller. This is Aikwe Ama. So I had started with East Africa. Let me now move to West Africa. In his book, Kempt, an epistemic novel in the House of Life, I'll just read these two quotes very quickly. Number one, we are seeking to knock holes in the walls separating us. So this is an academic who has gone to do what you're going to do. He's gone into a community of indigenous knowledge bearers, and he's saying, this is what we are coming to do. We are seeking to knock holes in the walls separating us. You have been labeled behind walls labeled tradition. We are often not aware that we too lie behind walls that, far from making a home, merely make a prison called modernity. We need not just to knock holes in these obsolete walls, we need to knock them down completely. We need not only to touch each other through permissive holes, we need to embrace each other in the fullness of liberating possibility. Working together, living together. No doubt, dozens of scholars have come to traditionalists in the past, also talking work. But this is what we mean. We are not here to invite you to hand over your knowledge to us so that we can go and sell it for a professor's salary or the expert's reputation in the world made by pillagers. We would like to sit with you, eat with you, sleep with you, lie with you. In short, share everything with you so that together we can bring your knowledge and ours into one stream. That your knowledge is precious, we know. We hope together with you to create books, films, songs, the many objects in which knowledge can be contained and carried. Each object will bear the names of all who work together to create it. Yours, ours. When sold, these books and objects will make money for the authors and manufacturers while spreading the knowledge of our own throughout the world. Our method with you will be to share the money and the acknowledgement equally. the same way we share the work. Possibly in the past, when university scholars came to invite you to work with them, they rearranged things in such a way that you had nothing to do with making decisions. This time, what we propose is this: let us meet together to work together. And I'm going to leave you with words that he also has in that same, I'm reading from the same book, where he says, let us mix the long memories of a people destroyed with new narratives of our own making as we move into space of our own choosing, as we dream in images woven from our people's best desires, as we plan on designs made from our own reflection, then make again the universe that might have been, but was not. Here, in this place, now, in this time, freed for our new creation. Let us walk together, invoking the future into now. Karibuni, welcome, bienvenue.
Thank you, Michel, for setting, I think, a good ground for all of us. I'm going to try to work on that. Alors, je vais pas peut-être, mais je vais aller plus dans des technicalités, si vous permettez, pour peut-être vous faire des retours sur des choses précises en termes de structure des dossiers que nous avons reçus dans le cadre de AFRIAK. Dans le cadre de l'appel, on vous a demandé 3 éléments de base, à savoir les CV, la note conceptuelle et les lettres de référence. Donc, je vais rapidement parler de ces 3 éléments-là avant qu'on ouvre la salle pour les discussions. Peut-être que je vais évoquer certains éléments qui vont sembler élémentaires à certains parmi vous, mais c'est important de les rappeler parce que nous avons justement rencontré plusieurs dossiers qui présentaient ces éléments, donc c'est important de revenir là-dessus. Dans un premier lieu, quand je prends les CV, on vous a demandé, si vous vous rappelez bien, de pouvoir envoyer des CV de combien de pages? 1 page. Et nous avons reçu des CV de 10 pages. Nous avons reçu des CV qui constituaient des livres. Donc, Michel a dit tout à l'heure, si vous vous rappelez, qu'elle avait énormément de dossiers. Et vous vous rendez compte, dans des circonstances comme ça, quand vous devez soumettre votre dossier, et on vous dit 1 page, et quand un évaluateur tombe sur un CV de 10 pages, vous voyez déjà l'approche avec laquelle il va aborder votre dossier. Donc, c'est important de respecter déjà ça, c'est un élément de base. Quelle que soit la longueur de votre résumé de tout ce que vous avez accompli dans la vie, c'est important d'arriver à résumer cela de façon assez succincte. Donc, en gros, évidemment, dans le CV aussi, il faut certaines informations. Et je ne veux pas revenir sur le fait qu'il faut des informations de base. Nom, prénom, il faut qu'on sache de quelle structure ou bien dans quelle institution académique ou non académique, de quelle institution vous provenez. Donc, c'est important de faire cette précision-là. Mais un élément important également, c'est le parcours académique et l'expérience que vous avez eue, que ce soit académique ou non académique. Parce que l'idée ici, c'est d'avoir des gens qui travaillent sur les savoirs endogènes. Donc, ce serait intéressant de voir que ce n'est pas quelqu'un qui se lève un beau jour pour dire « Ah, il y a un appel sur les savoirs endogènes et je vais soumettre ma candidature ». Donc, l'évaluateur a aussi envie de voir qu'est-ce que le candidat ou la candidate a fait durant son parcours et qui est lié au savoir endogène. Donc, c'est important de pouvoir faire ressortir, et je vais dire, c'était important de pouvoir faire ressortir cela dans le CV. Que ce soit en termes académiques, non académiques, en termes d'implication dans des organisations de jeunesse, dans des organisations de femmes et tout ça, ça aidait à évaluer le dossier. Donc, c'est important de pouvoir faire ressortir ces éléments. Faire ressortir également les éléments liés à vos compétences. Et puis, évidemment, les compétences liées au savoir endogène. Et pouvoir donc montrer comment ça renforce votre dossier. Évidemment, il y a des compétences en termes méthodologiques et la participation à des événements qui ont trait également voilà, à la thématique sur laquelle on est en train de soumettre le dossier. L'autre chose aussi que je voulais dire, c'est qu'on a rencontré beaucoup de dossiers où vous voyez le CV et vous dites quel est le lien avec le CV, avec l'appel. Pourquoi ça se passe? C'est parce que quelquefois, les gens ont des CV standards qu'ils envoient un peu partout dès qu'il y a quelque chose et on a un seul CV qu'on envoie partout. Okay? Et la recommandation ici, c'est de pouvoir adapter son CV, faire ressortir les informations pertinentes à ceux à quoi vous ou à ceux à qui vous vous adressez. Et donc, quand vous avez un CV standard, soumettez cela, ça ne parle pas à l'évaluateur. Il ne voit rien qui est lié à l'appel qui est en cours. Donc, c'est important de faire ressortir dans les CV votre connaissance des savoirs autochtones, avec qui vous avez travaillé, sur quoi vous avez travaillé, etc., etc. Et puis, évidemment, j'ai parlé de la forme en termes de page, de la mise en page, etc. Je ne vais pas revenir là-dessus. Ce sont des éléments élémentaires. Donc, c'est important le CV parce que le CV a fait partie justement des critères d'évaluation et certains ont été éliminés parce que leur CV n'était pas incompréhensible. Pas nécessairement éliminé, mais avait eu moins de points en ce qui a trait au CV parce que c'était soit incompréhensible, ça n'avait aucun trait voilà, à ce sur quoi ils soumettaient leur candidature. Deuxième lieu, je vais parler de la note conceptuelle. Alors, on vous demandait de pouvoir soumettre une note conceptuelle qui présente un sujet, explique comment le thème s'inscrit dans un domaine prioritaire qui a été donc énuméré par le codesria dans l'appel, et puis justifier le choix du thème et montrer son caractère convaincant en résumant donc les étapes qu'il vous faut pour pouvoir faire sortir les résultats que vous cherchez. Un élément de base qu'on a remarqué sur certaines notes conceptuelles, c'est qu'on a reçu des notes conceptuelles où il n'y avait même pas de titre. Okay? Ça paraît un peu bizarre, mais peut-être ça peut être un oubli. Les gens, tu écris, tu as fini d'écrire, c'est tout beau et tu envoies. Mais sans titre, on tombe tout dru dans l'écrit et on se demande, bon, on commence par quoi? Okay? C'est vrai, il y en a qui ont très bien écrit, c'était super, mais le fait qu'il manque un titre, ça permet, ou c'est plus difficile après de pouvoir vraiment résumer tout ce que vous voulez dire. Donc, c'est au lecteur de pouvoir le résumer à votre place. Et le titre, c'est important, quand on finit d'écrire, de pouvoir donc avoir un titre assez court et précis qui présente ce qu'on a écrit. C'est important d'avoir également un petit cadre contextuel. Okay? Juste un petit contexte pour dire d'où je viens, d'où part cette recherche. Voilà, un peu établir l'environnement dans lequel la recherche se positionne ou bien d'où est-ce qu'elle part. Une petite description pour mettre le lecteur, ou permettre au lecteur de pouvoir rentrer dans ce que vous présentez. Et puis évidemment, dans l'appel, on a pris la peine de pouvoir énumérer un certain nombre de thématiques prioritaires pour le codesria. Donc ça paraît toujours limitatif, je vais dire pour la candidate ou le 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 ou le
or a guidebook for people who are actually going to be for them, so that they know some of these things beforehand. And unlike us who are kind of figuring it out, we'll be able to be guided by everyone. And maybe it could be that some of the stronger proposals this year, people can be selected to actually be part of those workshops, including you, so that there may be some kind of mentoring that we start doing and also become kind of greater participants in Codestria, because there was something about not only being part of AFRIAK, but engaging in other aspects of Codestria. So if we're doing it this year and the things that we haven't done well, hopefully aren't better is what their CVs should be like. So if there are workshops, then those could assist them in their own applications.
Do we have other questions? Good afternoon. I'm Emmanuel from Ghana once again. In this era of AI, where we have opinions on using AI to develop content, I don't know Codestria's stand on the use of AI during the process of selection. If okay, I don't know the stand you have on that, but I would recommend you let us know, because I believe you are going to be ambassadors of Codestria and AFRIAK program, so we can recommend appropriately to the young ones who want to also pick the opportunity. Thank you. I'll take questions and then we'll get back to everyone. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Nkaziri from Kenya. I'm coming in as an advocate and a champion on disability inclusion. If possible, next time when you're putting out the call, other than just saying that persons with disability are encouraged to apply, if it's easier to also let them know we have got any other format they can use to submit their applications. For example, if it is a simplified version of what they want to present, a signed video if in case one is deaf and they can't do it in writing, and also maybe a readable form, simplified way, in a way that they can also present the applications other than the stringent means that is needed for the applications. Thank you.
Thank you. D'autres questions, commentaires? C'est tout bon? Okay, I'm going to ask other reviewers if they have something to say concerning the question that has been asked or anything else. Shad, you want to add something?
I just want to thank everybody, and we're going to look at those recommendations. And yes, Ayemi has already said it. We did have, in fact, my favorite reference letters came from non-academics. And I remember one in particular where it was one of the strongest letters I saw from a community elder who specified why it was so important that this applicant, he said, it's the first time we have had a researcher from our own community. And this is a daughter whom we have seen grow up, and that she understands the protocols and of research and what is important to us. That was a really, for me, that was my gold standard of letters, because yes, you can, and you know, you could do two letters. So here is, you have one letter from an academic person who spoke to the strengths of this person's research in the academy. But here was a letter from a community leader that located them and their praxis and their commitment in the community. So, and I love that. So everybody else, this is something that it's a good, for some of us that's new. And it's a good thing that we're bringing it into the room. That is a practice that we can grow. So thank you very much for bringing that. And then the second one was, yes, on the workshop, that was actually one of the top recommendations from the panel, that we not only begin to put our own recommendations, but that we hear back from you. I know one of the things that was brought up, and I think again, it was Jacques who brought it up, if I'm not wrong, but depending on the language, so if you're reading it in English or reading it in French or reading it in Portuguese, there are certain terms that have certain nuances. And so we began to identify certain countries or regions where there was the same recurring challenge. And so we have to think about, what does that mean? The other thing we began to identify, I guess there was an assumption that because you're working with mentors and with referees, that you are working with these people also on your proposal, so that people should be able to guide you in terms of what does it mean when we say a conceptual framework. And I know my colleagues will talk to that. But it became clear that, I mean, I could read, and without looking at where somebody is from, I can tell you this is from South Africa, right? I can tell you this one is probably Ugandan. This one is probably Botswana. So you begin to see the strengths and also the challenges of certain academic spaces, right? And so then now for us, that starts to signal certain things. And yes, we can tell you which countries the academic mentors need help writing letters. And then there are countries where the letters from the referees, one of the other favorite things that for me referees did was they would pick a detail in your CV and expand on it, so that rather than just reiterating what you have said, they were giving us more information. So it was clear that this person is working with their mentors, and the mentor is picking up on what you can't put in 3 pages or 1 page, and they're giving us more information. And that's something that for you, you must also take forward as you think about. Yeah, so for me, those 3 would be what I would say. Thank you. And thank you for the comment on disabilities. I think Codesria is so much better. We used to go to hotels and there are stairs, right? We used to have everything, even now, because we are moving into a world where people hear sometimes more, where people use podcasts. So I think that question of how else, are there other formats that somebody might submit a proposal is an interesting one to explore, without it then saying that if everybody submits this kind of format, does it disadvantage the others who are using other formats? So I think that's a really excellent suggestion that we need to take up and think about. There was a question on AI, and I'm really interested to hear what the Secretariat has to say. For me, what was interesting, people, you do know that we know what plagiarism checkers are. Yeah. Take it for granted that anything you submit today will go through, not just plagiarism checkers, but if you're using AI, also remember that a lot of those AI programs are Western-centric. So we can pick up from your examples, from the language, and sometimes there's a clash between the way you yourself are writing and where you can tell there was one reference letter, okay, they are referees, we just need a workshop for them, where the name of the applicant changed in the middle of the referee letter. So I could tell this person is just reproducing, but the sad thing is the applicant did not pick it up, that suddenly, and it was even a gender change. So I was like, yeah, so I would like to hear what the Secretariat is doing about it.
Thank you very much. The point on AI. We are just publishing a book on AI next month, written by Professor Tia Mbezeleza, which is a reflection on the impact of AI. My suspicion, it will be available free of charge. So just go to the website and download it, and it will reflect. Yeah, you can clap for me. But actually the selection committee had a discussion on this point. I think, Sasanti, you are the one who raised this point about the distinction between AI assisted and AI generated, and there is a difference. Yes, AI is important in assisting us improve the work we do, but the work has to be done by you. And that's where the distinction is. Emmanuel, I don't know if you're listening to me because I think you are the one who asked the question. Yeah. So if AI generated the work for you, it's totally unacceptable to us. But if AI assisted you to improve what you are thinking about, then it's of interest to us. And that distinction is one you have to make. I must mention that all your concept notes pass through a plagiarism test. It's a mandatory thing in Codesria that we have. After we review everything, then we pass it through the system. So we know that you didn't play too many games with your concept notes. And it's important also to put that on the table. I hope that answers the question.
I'm speaking as a member of the Codesria community. You know, we have this notion of generations in Codesria. And we are looking at your generation to help us not only understand, because you know, as you hear, Professor Zeleza is a senior member, but you are the generation that digital technology is part of, you know, the way as people we learned, you know, okay, I discovered a computer in terms of writing and research and email when I went for grad school. You guys, some of you have been using it from kindergarten. But also that some of the challenges that are coming up and the advances that are coming up are coming from your generation. And this project will help us understand how indigenous African, these knowledges we're talking about, are working with these technologies. Gugi Wathiongo has a line I go back to in one of his books. What would 21st century Orature look like? And I think AI is part of that. Digital technology is part of that. The fact that the world is so connected is part of that. And I don't know, I would like to think I can help with that question. I suspect I will be learning from you how to handle and work with that. So I'm really looking forward to you guys answering that question for us.
I can take one or two more questions. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sandra Buma from Cameroon. I went through the program. First, I want to congratulate the entire team for this job. I think it's well done because it's not easy to have a handful of people and manage them. But I went through the program that was sent, the tentative program, and one thing that took me a little aback was the fact that I didn't see nothing on culture. I was like cultural representation, maybe a cultural evening, a day for cultural to showcase our different cultures and all of that. I think that would have spiced the events. I don't know if somewhere it is envisaged to be done, but let's say we are the first people, so we are the lab rats, and in the days ahead or in the next sessions, we can have that, since we are going back to bring something and then push forward with it. That's a recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, no more questions? No. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Mohammed Ahmed from Somalia. And my question is, first, I work in Al Mursuq Hospital as clinical operations manager. So one of my individual project is like to compare and contrast the indigenous medical knowledge and healing practice in Puntland, Somalia, where is my region, and the intersections between modern healthcare system. So I think it will be like comparative analysis. So my question is this one: when we are doing something like when we are doing research, there has to be the aim or objectives. There has to be the root cause or tangible thing that we need to solve. So after finishing this cohort, what will be our aim objective or our aim goal that we can say the community? For example, for me, it's like comparative analysis. What will be that feedback that I can say my community, the healing practice that in indigenous medical knowledge is better than in healthcare or modern healthcare. And that's my question. What will be the thing, the feedback that I will share my community that I can say, and this the medical, I mean modern healthcare will be somehow it's better than according to the indigenous medical knowledge, or your own indigenous medical knowledge is somehow we can develop it. So what will be our tangible objective that we can do after our cohort? Because we need to do like laboratory tests, and then we can say we can compare according to the indigenous medical knowledge and modern healthcare. Thank you.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je pense que je vais revenir rapidement sur ces deux dernières questions. Sur l'aspect culturel, on a pris note de la proposition, mais je vous invite quand même à attendre les prochaines présentations. Il y a un panel sur les connaissances indigènes ou autochtones dans les différentes régions en Afrique. Et un autre panel également qui va toucher à des aspects pas spécifiquement culturels, mais il se peut qu'on touche à ces aspects-là dans différents panels sans nécessairement les nommer comme ça dans le titre. Donc, si à la fin, quand même, vous voyez que ce n'est pas le cas, ce qui est sûr, on a encore d'autres rencontres et on va tenir également compte de ça pour la suite. En ce qui a trait à la dernière question, je veux m'assurer que j'ai bien compris la question, mais je pense que le résultat ou ce qui va sortir de votre recherche va dépendre de votre recherche. Donc, on ne peut pas vous dire ce qui va sortir à la fin de votre recherche. Évidemment, dans la salle, on a différentes thématiques, mais je pense que ça va dépendre de ce à quoi vous touchez et ce à quoi vous voulez aboutir. Il y en a qui travaillent dans le domaine de la musique, il y en a dans la culture, il y en a dans la médecine traditionnelle, dans le changement climatique. Donc, ça va varier selon la thématique sur laquelle la personne travaille. Mais par contre, un élément important qui est quand même dans l'appel et qui est dans le programme AFRIAK, c'est d'arriver à faire le lien entre ce que vous faites et les politiques publiques. Comment cela peut être transféré dans des actions et je pense que ça va être aussi une de vos responsabilités de vous dire que je ne fais pas juste ça pour mon savoir personnel ou pour juste le savoir, mais concrètement, comment cela peut être transférable dans ma communauté. Et je pense que c'est une question que vous devez également vous poser, chacune, chacun, dans vos différentes recherches. C'est ce que je voulais dire à ce sujet. Alors, un dernier point, peut-être avant de passer la parole à Godwin, c'est important, les éléments de feedback que nous faisons. Les évaluateurs vous font leur feedback, mais nous attendons également des feedbacks des fellows. Okay? Donc, vous avez reçu un questionnaire à remplir, je pense, il y a de cela quelques jours. Et je pense que la plupart a quand même rempli le questionnaire. Il y a environ, je pense, 5 à 7 personnes qui ne l'ont pas encore fait. Et c'est important que vous le fassiez ce soir. Nous voulons avoir votre feedback. En fait, nous voulions avoir votre feedback avant la rencontre de Kigali Parce que vous aurez un autre questionnaire à la fin de la rencontre de Kigali. OK? Et un autre à la fin du programme. Donc, ces feedbacks, et je peux dire que si vous commencez par répondre au questionnaire qu'on vous a envoyé la semaine passée, avec ce que vous savez déjà, ça gâte un peu les données qu'on veut collecter. Okay? On veut avoir des données avant, pendant et après le programme. Donc, c'est important, au plus tard ce soir, ceux qui ne l'ont pas encore fait, de pouvoir remplir le questionnaire. Ça nous donne des feedbacks. Vous avez fait de bonnes recommandations ce soir pour améliorer, mais, et je pense qu'il y a une aussi qui a proposé éventuellement qu'on puisse impliquer des alumni dans les prochaines sessions, voilà, de guider les nouveaux candidats. Et donc, c'est important d'avoir vos feedbacks aussi, non seulement sur le programme, mais aussi sur vos connaissances actuelles dans le domaine des savoirs endogènes. Et c'est ça qui va nous permettre d'améliorer le programme par la suite. Donc, je vous invite, celles et ceux qui ne l'ont pas encore fait, à le faire ce soir. Donc, je m'arrête là et je vous remercie beaucoup pour votre participation à cette session et je passe la parole à Godwin. Merci.
Can I just say something before Godwin comes and just add to the, if I may? I love that assignment on culture. Can I return it to you that as part of the work, as you're thinking, as you're in your groups methodologically, if the next time I am still allowed to come to AFRIAK, you know, I have to negotiate my way into these things, since I'm not like you who was brilliant and earned it by my intellectual work. If you would think about how you can represent the creative and cultural workers and work that you are doing, so that you're not just saying, okay, I come from Kenya and I'm wearing a leso, which I do all the time, or I come from Ghana and I'm wearing an Adinkra symbol or the song or the whatever, but that each group is thinking about how they are reflecting their work using the cultural elements or the creative elements. And it's not something you will necessarily think about all at one go, but I'm challenging you to think about it like that. I really, really love that suggestion.
Thank you very much. Can we please appreciate the interventions of our two speakers? Thank you very much, Shai and Yemi, for those interventions. We have come to the end of the day one of our meeting. I had made a commitment that I won't keep you here before, after 4, and I'm leaving by my word. If you have anything that you owe us, also leave by your word, like what Dr. Emi is asking you to give us, the forms that we asked you to fill. The one comment I just want to reiterate is that indeed we will, next iteration of this, the call for applications for this program, we will do a meeting in advance of the deadline for submitting applications. And we will try to make it an important item of the agenda for this particular meeting, so that when we can take it for granted. I just also want to say that while we will make mention of the issue of reference letters, I think you need to make sure that your referees give you good reference letters. I don't want you to outsource that service to us, because the person who is referring you is somebody who can vouch for you, right? They should vouch for you. Okay, so let's rest that. Tomorrow in the morning we begin at 9. Today we began at 10. Tomorrow we begin at 9. And if you have figured out anything today, I will be here massaging the microphone by 9. Okay? So please let us all be here at 9. We will also try to keep time the way we did. Dr. Mare Mature will be speaking to us on a very important topic that I know is very dear to her. We will also have Fumi Odonishakin speaking to you tomorrow. Allow me to say that these are not people that you come across too easily. I just have to put that on the table. So it's absolutely important that we take advantage of their presence, not just for AFRIAK, but possibly for other related interests that you might have that are of a very personal nature, personal to your own professional growth. So please let us be here on time and try to achieve our objectives on time. Otherwise, enjoy your evening in Kigali. Do some cultural things if you want, including. Yes, yeah, let me finish. Enjoy your evening in Kigali and make sure that you don't do anything that I would not recommend. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm informed there is a short announcement, please.
Please, everyone, don't forget to leave your translation gadget on your tables because they need to be charged. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much and see you tomorrow in the morning. Have a good evening.